Hello, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle. Thank you, thank you.
Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Hi, Jane. Hi, Brian. I forgot to put in the thing again. I thought I'm ready, but I'm not. That's on my end. There we go. Is it working? There we go. I keep forgetting about that. Hey, hope you are doing good. I am feeling a little bit better now since the situation has sort of been resolved. It's not loan shark because yesterday I've been I tried to calm down yesterday, but boy, I cannot. I keep thinking that it could be loan shark because if it's loan shark, then well, my life will know no peace. So there we go. At least it's resolved. I'm feeling a little bit better today. Been missing a little streams. Hope the third hunt. It's progressing pretty nicely. Yeah. Steadily. Surely I'm at 8-star now, so I can go for more. Trying to finish Quake 4 and literally the climax, but I don't allow me to outtake from it because old games are lurking and listening until I'll be done. Good luck with Quake 4. Be cutie. Wow. News that I need to say it because I always get scared when I watch a YouTube video and then there's like a sudden USB noises. It will freak the fuck out of me. I was like, oh shit, what the fuck is happening? Oh, and that's like, yeah, it's from the video. Oh no. So that's why I feel like whenever there's like, if I'm tampering with my own USB things, I will announce it because it's like, shit, it's on my end, it's not on your end. Please don't freak out. I love you. Chill. I love you. Don't freak out. Later, if the streamer doesn't, and it totally confuses me because I do have stuff rendered disconnect a bunch. Oh, that's good. That is very confusing. Quake 4 is so mid. I don't see me replaying it in the future, but it's an important step in my marathon and I've already gone this far, so fair enough. Marathon, gotta respect all the games of the series. I'll post my rumination on the Discord shortly. I'll read them. I always read the rumination? Yeah, rumination. Why is my mouth not moving? Did I press F12 somewhere along the line? No, it's there. Maybe if I change this one to voice mod, this one. Oh, this one has delay though. Voice mod has oh yeah, fun fact. Did you know that voice mod has like a slightest delay? Because they need to convert my voice and then come out the other one. So it's like, yeah, that's why there's a tiny little delay when I use voice mod. A voice mod as in I'm using the Cobalt voice, right? So there you go. Also, after knowing that it's not Loan Shark, I settled down a little bit, right? I settled down. It's proven, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but I'm glad that it's scammer and not like actual Loan Shark, because that shit will ruin our life. So, fuck, I'm glad. Yeah, I'm glad. Well, money's gone. Fuck it, fine. You know, well, nothing we can do about it. Just consider it as charity. You know, consider it as charity. No, a lesson, huh? They're not gonna stand on. So scary. Yeah, it's not Loan Shark. But since I said that I want to make a fundraising for myself someday, and I've been brainstorming with my sister yesterday, and we came out with an idea. Hi, Evie. Yeah, we came out with a small idea that I'll try, you know, there's only one way to find out. I'll try next week, right? Next Saturday, I'll probably stream a little bit longer than usual on that day, but not like 18 hours. And it's nothing too special, I would say. Still special nonetheless, because there's like a special occasion, right? What we think is a good idea, since I don't have much to give back. I'm sorry. I could do like a coffee thing, where people donate coffee, and then I could make a silly sketch for them. It's nothing too extravagant, but I hope it's enough, you know. And of course, before next Saturday, I'll still think what kind of things that I can still put in, you know, the effort. I just don't want to feel like I'm just blatantly taking money. So yeah, I'll try my best to think of something. But for now, my brain has calmed down, and yeah, I'm feeling a sort of inner peace. I cannot believe I'm saying this. But I've always been the one that's super calm. I'm always the one that like access the situations and shit. So in the family, I'm always the one that is calm and collective. But boy oh boy, it happens sometimes that I get overwhelmed. And yesterday was the day I get overwhelmed. It was scary because fuck me, if it's actually, well, thank God it's not, right? Thank God it's not Loan Shark. But if it is, I had no way to fix it, because holy hell, they're scary. They're relentless, right? So yeah, that's why I can say that I sort of know inner peace a little bit today. It's been proven by the authorities, like the proper authorities, by the way, that it is just a scammer. It's not Loan Shark. Fuck yeah. Honestly, fuck yeah. You know, fuck them, but also fuck yeah. Oh my god. It's been a while. I can smile. I can smile. Oh, let's play some Monster. Fuck it. I'm beautiful. You're beautiful. But hey. Oh yeah, I changed the screen. All right, I changed the screen, so here. Oh, it works. Um, I'm now not using the small screen to play the game. I'm using a big screen, which is on this side, to play the game. It works. It works. And at least my face will not turn too far away from the mic, so it's all good. I'm so not used to this though. It's been a while. I can finally be cheerful again. I'm happy. I'm so happy. Also, I might have spoiled myself a little bit for this game. It's impossible to avoid, but still. Wow, this game has G rank. This game actually has G rank. Oh my god. And there's like a shitload of other dragons that exist in this game. And what I thought is just it looks like it's just the tip of the iceberg. So I'm fucking excited. I am extremely excited. Wow. Alright, let's play. I'm gonna try to get through this as fast as possible. I forgot to smooch Mufa for a long time. I've been in the Sanatorium that long. Smooch. Smooch. Going on a dirt hunt? If I can romance if I can date them, that'll be nice. Hi, Dina. Welcome, welcome. Hi. Particularly deviant monsters can have positively astounding effects. All you have to do, meow, is attack with those weapons to get a little boost to your support gauge. Oh. No kitten! Wow, the screen is so HD, I never really realized. Because I've been playing on a small screen, it's hard for me to look at the things. Greedy hook. Mra? 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 I didn't know bird mra. Najapungi. I don't think there's much for me to forge for now. Since, okay, let's go through the story. Well, story. The main quest. Still love this. Never skip this, it's too adorable. Alright, so I'm playing Valor Greatsword, and I think I have to do all of these, question mark? Another kazoo. Okay, so we're done with this. There's a lot more. I don't think I want to do gathering. So, by the way, I never looked up any wiki on which quest I should tackle to like go through the story. I just sort of, based off my instinct, and or just hunt everything that's hunting. Did we do Kesu on the start? Oh god. oh god. Okay, fine. Hitsui this. Off we go. Oh, I forgot to bring coat. I'm cold! Heck. 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 I want this. I did? You're dead. I'm cold. Well, I'm part cat. I didn't know. So sometimes a morale or two can escape? Okay, that's fair. I actually didn't know you're part cat. That's kinda cute. Oh, catbird though. Griffon? Oh, yeah, Griffon. I didn't think of that. Griffon, Griffon is part bird, cat, bird. Bird, Griffon. Did you guys know that before making the character Linglong, I was debating whether I want to make a Eastern Dragon or a Griffon actually. But then because I love dragons so much more, in the end Linglong came out, so it's either a Griffon or a dragon, and I chose dragon, of course. A dragon too good. Bird, cat, bird. I need fusium ore. Is bloodstone a count item? Oh, it is, okay. I've never been here before other than finding that in some thrills. 346921. So this is like a middle part? And it's thundering here? Shit. Very heckin' cool. Are you gonna steal my thing? Yes, you are. Oh, I mean, sure. Sure. Oh. Oh god. I'm not ready. Wait. Chill. Chill. Don't shout. Don't shout. Now you shout. Okay. Oh god. I got greedy. Moonbreaker. Ow. Ooh, take those. Are you like pissed? Another one. Moonbreaker. Oh guys, did you know that I've been playing Maple Story for a little bit? I started playing Maple Story yesterday, and then I was playing Evan. It's like, oh god, dragon. I mean, Maple Story, honestly, not the best game out there, but the dragon looks cool and very, very adorable. Oh, the leg is like the tough point. That Hoylet? Moonbreaker. Okay. Okay, no Moonbreaker. I got it. You got it, boss. No Moonbreaker. I thought you were gonna jump. That is oddly scary and adorable. How do I say this? I don't understand. What are you doing? You're just chilling. I mean, I'm chill. Oh. What? Am I supposed to like... The snipe? Can I like hit you out? Okay, you want to fight up here? Or not? Okay, I respect that. That was oddly adorable. I don't understand. I'm gonna get judged. Well, I'm not gonna get judged. It's just Kazoo. Oh. Monster innards galore. Price delicacy. Nah. I have 10 well done steak. I think it's gonna be fine. All the well done steak doing work. Maybe I should do this as fast as possible. Oh, this is a huge map. Oh no. Don't do it. I'll take it. No, I just realized. Don't do it. Whatever you're gonna do it, don't do it. Uh-oh. I don't understand. Oh. Oh good. It pissed. It is very mad. Best not to attack too much, I guess. Oh, my health. Yeah, it very mad. It is very angry. I know. Don't do it. Okay, I'm dead. I got so lucky. Oh! Alright, bye. I love how it's like one well done steak per encounter. Meow meow. See, thing is, I wanted to make this sword, the one that I'm using right now, into a Shagaru Mangala weapon, but the sharpness is so terrible that I just don't want to do it. But the appearance is fucking good. I get a shot. Backdash. Oh, ow. Thanks. I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground. Chill. Don't do it. Help. I don't do that. Okay. Okay. Help. Okay, thanks. Don't do it. Ooh. Oh, something broke. I'll take it. Kazoo hurts. Uh-oh. I had the feeling. Does it hit? Oh. Help. Help. Oh, all my kitty died. Ow. Thanks. I'll rather take your attack than Kazoo's. Oh my god. It looks like a geoduck a little bit. Geoduck? What's a geoduck? I don't know what a geoduck is. It kind of sounds like a Pokemon. Oh, it's a type of clam. Maybe? I mean, since I don't know what geoduck looks like, can't say for sure. Gonna need this. Really? a similar neck. So Geoduck can extend the... Why can I see the monster? They're so small. Oh. It's so small. It's kind of cute though. There it is. I need this one. Fusium ore. Shining charm. Shining charm. This one. Oh. Whoa! Whoa! How'd they get rid of you? Did you grow in size? Oh. Oh, oh. Oh, you eat me to grow. That's kind of scary. Oh wait, that's a sub-quest? I didn't know that's a sub-quest. Okay. Nah, I don't need this. Bye-bye. Okay, last seen Kazua's here. Where going? I'm gonna need this. Snake bee lava? Oh. Dang, the stamina depletion is insane. It's so fast. It's the first time I have to eat 5 well-done steaks just to keep the stamina up. Must get rid. Moonbreaker. Don't... I saw that. I was too late. Chill. Nice. I don't need that. I got greedy. I got greedy the second time, but I got it. I got it. I'll take it. Good enough. And now it's angry. Do it again. Help. Ooh. Oh. Ow, I'll take it. That was lucky. I'm dead. I'm not dead! I'm dead! Okay, we good. Oh, okay, it's tired. Someone's so tired. Help. I can't do it. Aw. I didn't paintball, did I? Actually, I'm curious how Geoduck looks like. I'm gonna look at it afterwards. Why? Oh. Are you eating this? Oh, what happened? Why are you like oddly adorable? I don't understand. Why are you oddly adorable? And it's pissed. I mean, honestly, I'll be pissed too. See, if I'm eating my food like that and then someone interrupts my food, it's like, fuck. I saw that. I saw that. I didn't saw this. Okay. You want to do it again? You just want to... Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. I'm gonna wait for it to fall asleep so that I can capture it. Thanks, kitty, thanks. Oh, it's sleeping like that? That is so fucking cool, but I cannot capture it like that though. Oh, don't eat me. I never seen Keizu sleep like this. This must be like its own home turf. Here? Alright, how do I wake him up? It's kinda high up. I don't have any ranged weapon. That's too high up. Wait, how tough is this thing? You're not dead. Alright, I'm Moonbreaker. Wake up! Might be a bad idea. Come on, come on. Alright, thank you. I'm just gonna say Moonbreaker brings luck. Moonbreaker! I have a drink. I mean, I believe I talked about this drink before. It's Dragon Eye drink. Literal translation, Long Yim. but it's not actually longan. I will cry. It's like a fruit of some sort. It's too full. Yeah, that's all Gunner stuff. I'll boop you. I'll boop. Hi, make lunch. Welcome, welcome. Exquisite rice? I have to get rice. Makes me happy. As an Asian, I'm very happy. Oh no, no feline defender? Don't really like uragaan. 3 golden fish, 1 plesioth. Oh, plesioth. Oh shit. So I need to bring all the lure? Sure. Nah, I don't want to do this. Mountain Topo Monster twice. It's a sub-quest. Follow... Do I need anything over there? Just do this one. It's fine. Like, just do all the hunting quests. Oh, welcome back, Brian. I'm here to yip and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. Bubblegum? I kinda like bubblegum though. But I don't like it when it's like out of the taste. When it tastes nothing, it feels weird. Oh, I love the thing. What do you call it? The spearmint, the spearmint flavor. I love it. This place looks hot. Whoa. I had an amazing result from 5 gum. Oh, isn't 5 gum that shit lasts forever? It's unreal. I never tried it. It's such a huge meme back then. It's like how it feels to chew 5 gum, stimulate your senses. That one. It's a huge meme. I'm spreading democracy. What's democracy again? Never bought into the marketing. I mean, it's kind of weird, but you know how it feels to chew 5 gum. I guess. My wife got me a pack like 3 months ago to stim on. And then I had a piece, I was like, holy shit, it's real. Your senses has been stimulated. I'm playing Helldivers 2. Oh, right. The democracy, of course. I forgot. The game that I don't think I can afford it anytime soon. It's too expensive. Especially what happened before. So yeah, but enjoy the game. I see a lot of people playing it, and it's like, ooh, the game looks fun as hell. Wait, it's real? I mean, maybe I want to try it someday. How it feels to chew 5 gum. Now I'm curious. Oh no, I have to fight in the heat. Oh. Can I craft this? Thank you. You want to play how it feels to chew 5 gum, stimulate your senses? I think that's a kill. Okay. I realize Reneplos carapace is quite important. Oh, shell. I should have expected this. Oregon like hot places. Of course. Oh, the display capture might not work properly because I'm using the other screen this time. Maybe don't touch me? Thanks. Now I'm heat and poisoned. This place looks cool. Whoa. Can you not? Okay. That's what you get, asshole. How tough are they? That should be dead. These things are tough. I like this place. I like the big shiny. Oh, they even have like god rays? Yo, that's cool. Oh my god, this place looks like extreme heat. Oh. That much, thanks? I don't need this.
Hello, and welcome.
Phantom 5 Gamer 13. Hi. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Welcome, welcome. Can't believe I didn't bring cold drinks. Oh. Guess I don't need this as much. Where's Uragan? What? Good thing I checked. Hit check. Hit check the sequel. Uh-oh, I'm holding it. What? What are you doing? Oh. I'm holding. I have to play it safe because I'm fighting in heat. Hit. Another hip check. Should I expect that? Whenever I charge, they'll do the hip check. Alright, check this shit out. Woo! Did I just dodge that? No, okay. Tremor. Hip check. Oh. Dengue? Okay. Oh, my health. I'll take that. Oh. red health, red health. I wish there's Astra Jerky right now, holy shit. Right, forgot that's a hit. Oh! Oh, I forgot the paintball, I'm stupid. This is so sad, my health. my health. I'm not gonna have enough potions for this. I didn't know peak means. This is peak, right? This place? Peak means that I need cold drink. I've never been here before. That was a little bit dangerous. That's very dangerous. Didn't hit. Okay. I had a feeling. I always do hip check when I do that running in charge attack. Oh, I forgot the paintball again. Oh my god. Paintball, paintball, paintball. Fire cell. Oh, I need this. Fire cell, fire. Get out. Fusium, I need this as well. Oh god. I don't know. I don't know which one. Get out. I think it went here. Yeah. I mean, of course it likes this place. A little place for it to like roll around. Woohoo! That's it. I forgot to sharpen. Oh, tremor. I know I can mine Uragan's behind. But maybe not when I'm struggling so much. Maybe not when I'm struggling too much like this. Oh, I got you baited. I got so lucky. Ow. I got greedy. I got lucky. Woohoo! Health! My health, I'm dead. I'm drinking it. This. Yep, okay. Ooh. Going away. It's kinda tough fighting in heat. Lavanduge. Nuge? A paintball! I really need to remind myself paintball, paintball. Okay, throw paintball first before anything. Hi? There we go. Very nice. Oh, I thought that's a hip check. Ooh, what happened? This amount of red health gives me anxiety. I don't like it. Like one small hit, all the health gone. Oh. Even the tail is so tough. Oh, too far. I'm staying here. It's gonna roll here. Nope, it just walks here. I have paintball this time, it's fine. I mean, it is a little tough fighting in heat, and I need to keep my health high without sushi fish. Or immunizer. I think with immunizer it could make the fight a little bit easier, but why would I bring immunizer? Three. I didn't charge it. Looks like you're tired, but I can't tell. Oh! That's the tail, we got him. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, that's twice the health gun. Help. Okay, there we go. Oh no. This is what I get, this is what I get. Wait, chill. I'm playing I cannot. What did I throw away? This. It's fine. We don't need to get. Hip check. Turn. Grenade plus. Are you gonna charge? Oh, limping? Okay, okay, we win, we win. Right, now I'm just gonna wait for it to fall asleep. I had a feeling, but at least it's just raw meat. Easy decision. Two potions and 2 mega potions left. My god. Oh crap. Okay, eat EP. It's EP, it's EP. Look at this cute little shit. EP. Alright, you're gonna wake up for a little bit and then you're gonna go back to EP, alright? Okay, there we go. Wake up, go to sleep. Oh sorry, let's press B. We'll skip the camera angles. Who's human? Nice. I need as much Fusium ore as possible. Looks like it's like the not the rarest, but quite a rare one, you know? Ooh. It's all gun. What? Why is it all gunner stuff? Can't believe it. It's all gunner. Okay, we good. It's not this one. I like Gatherer. I can get a lot more ores this way, I think. Yeah. Alright, what do we have? What do we have next? This one? Narga? And what map is this? The island. Okay, I don't think island have any environment hazard. I think. Alright, off we go. The movements of a Naragakurga. Okay, I need to kill Ludroths, 5 of them as a sub quest. Shouldn't be too hard. I mean, there's 2 here. And yep, alright. I am my own enemy. If I cannot aim. Don't move, don't move, don't move. Thank you. That's that. Oh. I cannot charge this one. So there's only like a straight cut or horizontal cut. Can I get Fusion? Aqua Glow Jewel? Iron ore? I'm not mining anymore. Like I have 600 plus iron ores, I think it's fine. And 600 plus earth crystal. Should be good there. Hi! Alright, people. Don't forget, never forget, don't jump, thank you. Oh, yike, ow. I just saw that. Ow. Swipe. Oh, I'm dead. The AOE execute some more. Swipe. Swipe. Jump back. No jump back. Okay. Spin. Oh, I got pushed away. Swipe. No swipe, okay. I thought it was cool. Where are you aiming at? Ooh, that's a good hit. Oh, that's 2 good hits. Moonbreaker. Wait. I think it knows that I'm expecting to swipe. Swipe. There it is. Greedy. Lucky. Lucky. Lucky twice. I got greedy again. Oh! Oh, I got so lucky. How many times can I get lucky? I don't know. Nope. Oh, thanks, Narga. Narga helped me kill the last one. Okay. Wait, don't do it. Oh god. What? Nice. Ooh. Dead. Thank. You wanna swipe? Swipe? Hit. Woohoo! A lot of good hits in there. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, that was fast. At least one hit. No. That's good. Moonbreaker? Oh, that's a good hit. Can I sever the Narga tail? Oh. Wow. Damn. That's a broken noise. I'm greedy, I'm greedy. I should not have been greedy. Oh, kill the bug. No, don't push me down. Please, I don't want to go down. I don't want to go down. Oh. Chill. Okay, thank you. Huh? Oh, hi, Fang. Hello. No greed, only yip. True. Only yip allowed. Jump back. Dash. Tail. Come on. Can I sever that? It feels like I can only break it. But with being greedy, I see you get the boobs. I get. If I'm greedy, I get boobs. Oh my god! What a bargain! What a bargain! Oh god! If I'm greedy again, will I get more boobs? Are you limping? No, that doesn't look like limping. I tried again. I didn't become big. I'll try again. I'll try again. I'll try again. Thank you. Thanks. Wait, there's two of them? What is that? Looks like a crab. Are you a crab? Are you Shogun? Oh, you're Tetsukabra. Why is your icon a crab? I want to kill you. Correction? No, there's no correction needed. I get whoops. I get whoops. Ow. I can't see shit, I'm inside you! Oh. Aw. Moonbreaker. Yeet. I hate it here. Tremor. Don't turn here. I'll break your rock. Ow. Oh my god, what are you doing? Oh, that's not flinch. That's you attacking. Okay. Oh, double? Okay, okay. Makes it so you don't hate it here. If Jade's here, if everyone's here, I would not hate it here 100%. And that is 100%. I'm greedy. Let's go. Another one. Let's go. Help. Oh, hi. Wait. Chill. I'm dead. Alright, here we go. Think I'm scared of fighting two things at once? You're mistaken. I'm that kobold. The stupid one, I mean. Why you stung? Why you shit bomb when you can just fight two things at once? Oh. Wait, don't roll the wrong way, please. Oh, nice! You broke the jaw for me. Oh, they broke something for me again. Wow. They make a really good team, what can I say? Don't do it. Okay. Ow. Ow! Wait. Whatever you're doing. Okay. Don't swipe. You swiped. Triple? Okay. I have to chase down Tetsukabra. Swipe? Ah, swipe! Let's chase down Tetsukabra first. See you later, Naraga. Naraga hot. Oh, that's not flinch. Ah, I thought that's not flinch. Greedy. I'll take it. Not flinch. Just heal. The rock too strong. There's a reason why Cobalt love rock. That's why. No. Okay, we learn. That's not flinch. Get that chunky tail. Don't move. Wait, did your tail just change? Well, your tail keeps changing though. What does that mean? 1, 2, 3. Oh. Wait. Huh? It's a weak point. But when it becomes dark, it's not weak point anymore. Yay. I didn't know. 1, 2, 3. Oh, lucky. 1. I ran the wrong way. Cannot run a straight line. What? You never limp! Fine, I'm gonna capture Naga anyway. Oh, come on, Jagia. I know you're thick, but you don't have to do that. Dignified skull, wow. Thanks. Oh, shiny gun right in front of me? This game sucks. Can't believe it. Shiny just disappeared right in front of me. That hurts my cobalt soul. Oh, okay. This is closer. If I remember correctly, I can jump from one place into that place immediately. Like here. Yeah, here. Going down. Look at that hot looking truckin'. Swipe. Ow. Jump back. Roll. Swipe. Uh-oh. Swipe? No swipe? Hmm? Oh, it's thundering. I thought the weather report, well, not the weather report, but news says that during these months it's gonna be extremely hot. around the Malaysia area or Southeast Asian area. Oh, hey! Might as well. It's mine now. Look at that, we're friends now, we're sharing food. Oh. Oh, I got so lucky. Limping? Okay, okay. One more cut. Imagine if that cut kills. I will actually cry. Can I wait for it to fall asleep first? Easier for me to capture. Do, 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 do. It's still shouting, he doesn't want to sleep. Maybe I need to like chase him down one more time. That's not its sleeping place, I think. Oh no, pig. Must kill. It's tail swiping something. And it's running away. There we go. Oh. Wait, it's severable! Wait, Kitty, chill, don't kill it. Kitty, chill. Can I order them not to attack? Oh, it's severable. So I need to break it once and then sever it. Wow, that's tough. Alright, it should be sleeping now, I think. No, it's not sleeping. It is? Yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes. Oh. I think that's a EP boy. That's a EP ninja. Look at the dumb face. When Naga is asleep, that's the cutest thing ever. Wait, maybe don't touch Naga. Thank you very much. 哎呀，你阿妈一张火要做东西都很辛苦的时候。That's what you get. What if the Ludrov kills Narga? I think that's a clip-worthy moment, but it didn't happen. Oh yeah, I should buy some binoculars. I think that's the thing, like a surveyor set where I can actually take pictures. Hip it. Hip it. Le boop. It's raining. I love it. Wow! You did it. I did it. I did it. That got very hot. Huh. So I guess the rest I need to do is definitely not this one. Man, I have to do all of these? Malfestio and Tetsukabra. In Island? Sure. Alright, to speed things up a little bit and to not hate myself, to hate myself a little bit less, let's bring Demon Drug. Armor skin is fine, we just need Demon Drug. Alright, I'm bringing in drugs and I'm gonna win. Here we go, we're gonna get him. I think today I should be able to get to higher star than this. I think. I hope. Maybe. Oh, whoa, 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 don't shout. Okay, you can shout now. Wait, don't shout first. Thank you. Burb. Bird up. Eat Malfestio. Oh man, that's a tough wing. Oh, you're in the wrong way. Oh, it hits now. His swings are so pretty. I know. Malfestio is like very loved and well deserved. Oh. Wait. Oh god, I'm confused. Oh, here. I'm confused. My controls are upside down. Okay. Okay. I got greedy. Rush? No rush? Okay. Then there's no recovery. Don't challenge that. Moonbreaker. My god. Oh wait. I stop. Wait. Thanks. All that time I was trying to sheath my weapon. Oh, you're not pissed anymore. Oh, something broke. This is fine. Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna deal with you first. Don't shout. Eek! Fuck. I'm busy. Come on. Alright, let's go deal with Malfestio first. Oh, the first few seconds of redacted and What? I'm confused too. That looks like bottom typing. Hey, I key mash a lot too. Oh, it didn't hit me. Don't do it. Ixon key mashes a lot too. Yeah. Ixon is so adorable, honestly. Ow. Help me, bonk. Hit me. Can I like do this to snap out of it? Don't think I can. I almost never do it. This might also be big bottom. Oh! I do it only very rarely. Only very rarely when people do something that I really like. To my knowledge, I think I only do it like once or twice so far. Although I do blush a heck lot though, like very easily blushing. Feels like everything you do has no recovery. I'm gonna get confused. Yep. Crap. I think it's a tail broken. I'm confused. Oh, they missed. Not limping yet, I feel like. I don't see any signs of weakness for now. I think it's just a stereotype in terms of like key mashing being a bottom. Like people can be bottom without key mashing too. It's just like key mashing is like a very apparent, like very obvious signs of bottom, I guess. Can I say that? Is this bad? Oh hi, frog. Okay, we can capture one first. Where's the bird going? Down? Okay. Need to capture it first. I don't want to capture Tetsukabra because I hunted Tetsukabra just now. Okay, we win. Let's go. Lucky. Don't cancel it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, one done. On to the next one. We're gonna kill the frog again. I mean, frog shouldn't be too much of a trouble, I feel like. What are you chucking rocks at? Oh yeah, have I ever mentioned that I've been reading a lot of, well not reading, but watching a lot of videos about ARGs? I think those things are really cool. Like lost and found games and shit. That's very spooky. I love those kind of stuff. I've been watching so much and it's like so cool. Especially like when the game when the game becomes sentient, and it's like the game knows what you're doing. It's like the best thing ever. It freaks me the fuck out. It's so scary. Worth. Ever seen Band Drown? Yes! Yes! It's so scary. Ow. It's so scary. But I feel like Band Drown has too much jump scare though, I feel like. Whereas it has that uncanny valley, you know, like something's wrong but I cannot quite put my hand on it. I cannot quite like something's wrong but I don't know what. It has that, just a tad bit too much jump scare. Although to be fair, some of the jump scares are well earned, but most of them were like cheap jump scares, which it's kind of sad. All in all, it's still such a good thing. You know? It's so amazing. I'm in love with ARG lately. There we go. Yes, the Godzilla nest one. Yeah. The ending is so spooky. Like you know something is wrong when you're playing as Godzilla and then you also play as Mothra, right? And then in the end it's like, what the fuck? Oh, I love ARG. We take those. Uh-oh. I got lucky. It's like at the end, I forgot what it is. I watched it a long time ago. Was it... At the last stage, it's like another form of Godzilla that started to tear through everything. I mean, the Godzilla nest is pretty good. There is also the Godzilla possession something. It's like someone acting as like, yeah, with red face. Like someone acting as Godzilla in the old film, and then they have to go into like Godzilla's suit, and then the suit apparently slowly eating the person inside, and then make them become Godzilla itself. It's like, whoa. It's so cool. God, I can gush about ARG for so much. It's such a clever way of... It's not .exe kind of scary. It's the uncanny valley. It's not jump scare galore, which is why I love it so much. I think I saw watching something about Kirby ARG. I don't remember Kirby ARG though, but I'm sure it exists. Oh yeah, too much Kirby. Right, you're right. You reminded me of that. Yes. I got 2 jaws. Hi Nexus. Yeah, boy, how you doing? Welcome. I will get frog. Don't do it. Okay, I'll take the tree. I don't think I hit him. Oh no, why are you spamming run? Tylra? I'm here. Don't spam run, thank you very much. Yike. Yike. Why am I not surprised? Another one? So when the tail is chunky like that, it's a weak point. Yeah, like that. I got lucky. I got so lucky. Another one. The third one. Whoa. And the tail pushed me away. There's a mix to it. I just remember the Monster Hunter movie was a thing. It sucked. It sucks big time. Don't watch it. It's so boring. It's not even Monster Hunter, it's just talking. And then yes, we saw a brief moment of Fractalos and Diablos. And who else again? I don't remember. It sucks. There's not much action. It's just talking and talking. Like, there's so many missed opportunity where there could be so many monsters in the show or in the movie. But then they were like, nah, rocket launcher. More important. Rocket launcher in a goddamn Monster Hunter. Just use gun lance. Come on, missed opportunity, man. Fuck. Piss me off. It's so bad. I'm so angry. I'm looking at it. Lucky. Frog down. I've heard mixed things about it. Well, you heard bad things from me because I watched it and I don't like it. And to me personally, it's just so very boring. Like, Monster Hunter is supposed to be action, you know. I want constant action. Like, give me big swords. I don't like what they are using. Like, they're using like the conventional military weapons like combat knife, guns, rocket launcher. When in Monster Hunter is supposed to be sword and shield, greatsword, longsword, gun lance, hammer. It's so many missed opportunity and it sucks. And I think they're using crossbows as well. It's like, fuck. I was so angry. I look at the... Look, the thing is, I should have expectations. Alright? That's on me. Okay? That's on me. But, man, of course I have a lot of expectations because Monster Hunter is honestly one of my favorite thing. One of my favorite thing is Monster Hunter. So I go into the cinema with huge expectations. Like, honestly, huge expectations. Like, I cannot wait to look at big swords and longsword who cuts like a fucking combo non-stop and cool as fuck dodging. You know, a foresight slash, would-ya? You know, those kind of stuff. But no. It's just guns and one rocket launcher. Guns. They have like ball gun, but no using guns. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But all I see is just guns and conventional military weapons. I was not happy. I was not a happy kobold. Also, it might be the same folks who made the Resident Evil movies. Honestly, I have no idea. I never watched the Resident Evil movies. But I do hear that it's kind of bad. But although that I cannot say for sure because I didn't watch it, so don't take my word for it. Like, they pride themselves on their bombastic action scenes for adapting a survival horror series. Oh, so when they get a big monster action game, they still botch it? Yeah, I don't know how they do it. It's insane. The game, like the Monster Hunter series by itself, is already such a golden opportunity for a huge, action, bombastic, cool as fuck movie. But they botch it. Yep. Hey, I'm surprised as fuck. Like, what the fuck was that? Not that terrible. Somehow I'm not surprised. Oh wait. What am I doing? Good enough. Oh, Psycho Serum is back. Should probably get some more immunizer. Herbal medicine, energy drink. I have another mega energy drink, I think. Or mega dash juice? Boost your stamina, help shake off sleep. Oh, there it is. I don't need that. Oh! These are the deviant monsters. It's been a while since I last played any longsword, to be honest. Let's play a little bit. Or is there any stronger longsword that I can play? I want Adept. Continue to drain, can be restored by landing hits. Unhinged Spirit. As you swing your blade, temporarily fills your spirit gauge to max, allowing you to use spirit blade attacks without depleting the gauge. See, the thing is, Longsword's Hunter art is not that cool. Like, to be honest, it's not that cool. I'll get this one. At least I can spam some attacks when I have like unlimited spirit gauge for a little bit. Aisa! The Russian Blue. Ballprint ticket, particle ticket G. Our Nursela's weapon is so cool. Nursela's weapon. Giant Makra. Oh, it's Basarios' weapon. So it's Kecha Wacha? Okay. K9 Katana. It's Jaggy's weapon. Cause how do I get Giant Beak? It's Brian's weapon. Oh my god, it's Brian's weapon. Scale plus plate. Ooh. Some Guardian Sword Nova Crystal. I'm gonna see what I can get with this. Hyper Hunter. Eh? That kinda suck. You come along, sword. Actually, let me try something. Be right back. Eager Cleaver. I'm gonna try this one and also this one. I have become Death, Destroyer of Worlds. Brian's so cool. This one. Velocidrome Hide, Beer Light, and Bird Wyvern Fang. To upgrade, and then level 2 have unlocked 2 of these, level 3 unlocked 2 of these, okay. Oh! Oh! How about level 3? Monster Bomb Plus? Okay. Four, 2. Usurper's Bolt Slicer. Oh, to make this. Okay, how about this one? I need a Thunderbug. Oh god. Lucky Chris's weapon? Shell Shocker? I think I only fight Lagiacrus once. Fulgurbug. Sure. Imperial Say. Whoa. Teostra? Teostra weapon? There's no need to upgrade this one anymore, I feel like. It's not even that good. I like the poison element though. I forgot to Wyvern Blade Flame. Oh, it's Rathalos' weapon. I can upgrade this too. I just need to find Rathalos. Wing. Alright, let me change weapon. Just gonna spam occasionally. It's all good. I was using this one. Oh, I didn't slot anything? Put one vitality in, maybe? Wait, doesn't Gibby also have a command too? Yeah. But because Gibby is like a source in OBS, so spamming it would just make it like Malzino doesn't have, sadly. I should make one. A high speed and burst auto attack. Ooh. Chestnut Cannon. With the ability to stun monsters. Sure. Bonk does have some good skills. It should totally just be exclamation mark fucking. I mean, true enough. Fucking. Oh. Hyraxes. Yeah, there it is, see? It just sort of cuts off on its own. Kinda sad, honestly. Oh, Congalala? Fuck. Gibby isn't a great spam thing though, I just want to see what happens. You know what is great though? What? Yep, there it is. Yep. You messed up. You messed up. It's okay, you can try again. Yep. Yep.
Yark!
Yep.
Oh, yip, yip,
Yep.
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 Yark!
Yep.
Oh, yip, yip, yark!
Oh, the yep.
Oh, yip, yip.
Hope you're doing good, Roxas. Oh, pig must kill. This is the only map where it lags.
Yep.
Yip,
Yep.
yip.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Hey, where's Carl? Why is there no Carl?
Yep. 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 Yep.
I've been spamming this emote. Have you been
Yep, yep.
spamming the emote?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
There it is. a few Carl. Carl. Is that petting? Oh, yeah, it's pretty cute. I like it. We found the dang monkey. Must kill, asshole. Kill. Do you shout? Oh, okay. Ow. Ooh. Oh. Crabs here. Thanks. I don't really like this monkey. No one does. Congalala sucks. Uh-oh. I'm stinky. Giant crab, cool. Yeah, giant crab pretty cool. We love giant crab. Don't do it. Ah. Instant run. Oh. Yeah, monkey farts, monkey paralyzes, monkey has everything. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Now I cannot use anything. I can now, okay. Going back. I want to kill this monkey as soon as possible. Did the monkey yip fart? Yip. Whoa, Bong, chill. Run. Oh. That hit me? Run? Oh. Limping? I'm gonna kill you. I don't even want to capture you. I haven't seen a single Elder Dragon yet. But I don't do that when I'm fucking adept. Dead. Longsword kills really fast, I'm surprised. I think with the additional poison damage, yeah, definitely. Very scary. Yeah, that's for it. That's for the Congalala. For the Congalala. We have fart noises. I was dodging a lot though, so I'm kind of surprised. Alright, now to find the Shogun. Shogun Senator. We're gonna find Shogun Senator Armstrong. I don't think... Do I want to guess more? Nah, I'm lazy. Oh! Shit, I don't have cold drink. It's great. I have 10 well done steak. 10 well done steak. Alright, in we go. See, I could have gone hot drinks there, but it's okay. I'm cold. I'm cold. Giant crib. Giant crib. Give me that, give me that, give me that. Ooh. Ow! Fuck. That was fast. Oh. Oh. That's an attack by its own, I think. Whoa, I didn't know you can do that. Hi. Bruiser Bunny. Sorry. I just default Bunny to Bunai now. Hello, thanks for the follow. I'm dead. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Don't do it. Just chill. Ow. I'm dead. Ow. Do it again. Super safe. Oh no, where are you aiming at? Range? Oh, I'm bleed. Okay, this is bad. Okay. Hi? Oh, Bruiser Bunny! Thank you. You were about to raid. Hey, thanks for the raid. I'm getting bullied by crab though. Give me a second. Oh my god. Oh, I thought that was way too early. I sent people to you. It's Bailey. Oh, thank you, Bailey. Yeah, do you love the Grubhub ad? Because I personally love it. I don't know why. Give me a second. Let me deal with this heckin' crab real quick. Are you? That's not living. Okay. Thank you, Bailey. Also, thanks for the raid too, Bruiser. Here, give me a second. What were you playing? Fallout 3? Oh. I never played Fallout. How was it? Hopefully it was heckin' fun. Oh yeah, also this one I forgot. Oop. I know what I'm doing, I think. Look at that. Thanks for reading it. Appreciate. Also, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. Play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art very, very rarely. But yeah, hope you're doing good. Hope everyone is doing good. Can I eat meat? Oh. Went well? Nice. Good to know. I'm gonna go destroy a crab real quick. I crave crab stick. That's why we're fighting Shogun. Oh, you do that? Oh, I was too late. I thought I was cool. Ooh. You rolled the wrong way. I'll take it. Yeah. Hey? Oh, she knew. What the fuck are you doing, crab? Oh, that's not an attack. Oh yeah, Bailey, have you played Content Warning? I played a little bit yesterday. Last night I had like a few minutes and then I just went one round with my mid-school friends like, oh god. Time only allows me to play one round and I have to go to sleep, it's like fuck. It was so fun though. Oh. Not enough. Yeah, welcome to join me playing next week if you want. Ooh. I want to play though. Is that an attack? I miss playing games with like someone else, but because lately there's so many things I need to take care of, it's like, oh god, too many things I need to take care of. I'm doing it. If I can, I'll definitely message you someday. I want to play. Content Warning is so fun. I played last night. I think we saw like a snail monster, and then I got hooked to the ceiling by something, and then my friend is like, huh. Must kill crab. I crave crab stick. Oh yeah, I forgot the paintball. Seeing that sword, one thing comes to mind. Sephiroth. Sephiroth. Mate, fair enough. It is long sword. It is a big sword. Hi, Shia Fox. Welcome. Alright, now I can eat crab stick. We're catching it fresh. Mmm, crab stick cool. Do they still attack me after the quest is complete? Okay, I don't think they do. But then again, Sephiroth's sword is way longer than this though. Maybe I'm just Sephi, not Roth. Or I'm Roth without Sephi. I think there's only one more that I need to do before I can get to Tylra. That sounds about right. Oh, it's like a kobold, you know, small kobold holding like a long sword. Exquisite rice? Mm. My inner Asian is very happy when I see exquisite rice. Oh, it's not raining anymore. This one. Basarios and Iodra. A Basarios using longsword is kind of painful. Kind of. Oh, I mean, let me change. I don't want to just keep like my attack getting deflected. Okay, let me change to Bunk. Bunk. Strike a hammer? Spinning meteor, typhoon trigger, and impact press. Nah, I don't think that's too guild. Do I do guild? Fuck. Aerial? Adapt? Vela? 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 I never tried Vela hammer though. Alright, let me try. Only one way to find out. I like this one. I like the spin. Bonk. Y'all may not know this, but this girl's a cutie. What? I mean, baby's a cutie too. Bailey cutie bird. Do I bring... Yep, I'm bringing it. I'm gonna get drugged up. Get strong. Thanks for head pits. It's volcano. Why didn't I bring cold drinks? How many times? I'm stupid. Okay, fine. Okay, let me try hammer. Here, charge. Oh, no, charge. Triangle. No, okay. You. Second charge. What? You charge for 10 years? How about this? Okay, you don't have that. Valor X. What? Valor O? That one looks fun. I get a charge afterwards. Any follow-up? No follow-up, okay. I mean, I guess it's not much, I think. But then maybe in stance I can go crazy. TMF? Oh, yeah. Sorry, my brain. That needs to, yeah, I need to process it a little bit. But yeah, and TM2F. Haven't gone through any procedure yet, but I do identify as that. Someday, I'm saving up. Oh, okay. Same? Oh, fellow transfer. Bailey's the same, right? Yeah. We are the trans. It's always nice to meet fellow trans. I only realized this like last year. Oh, where'd you go? I cannot stay here for too long, look my health. This place is hard. Oh no. Did you win the other way? 3. You went to 4? It's a cute emote. Oh my god, I don't want to use another Psycho Serum. I'm using it. What? Oh, they went dead, but the other one came in. So it's Eodrome or Iodrome, one of them. We can get rid of the Eodrome first. Chicken. Chicken. Oh, you have 2 hits when you're in. That's kind of sad. You don't have follow up? Oh no. chicken. Oh. Oh. A rock friend? May I ask a very random, potentially uncomfortable question regarding yours? Sure. But, I mean, if it's too uncomfortable, I hope you don't mind me not responding, though. What did I get for Fella? That's a different charge. I get immediate second charge? I should get rid of the Eotrom first. How bad is your dysphoria or how did you overcome it? Oh shit, did I have dysphoria? I mean, it's kind of hard for me to read things even when I'm presented with a bunch of words. I cannot keep up. I honestly have no idea. I don't even know if I overcome it. Or if I have it in the first place. Because I have not went to like, any proper diagnosis for it. Ow. Oh, did I put dysphoria as my tag? I hope not. Sorry if that confuses people. It's not my intention. I might have. You double check it later. Valorhammer feels like it's missing so many things. Oh my god, my health, my health, my health. Ow, 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 ow. What did I get for this? That's the full charge? I don't get like a huge bonk? Okay, gonna teach it. Who'll have funsies? Thank you, Bailey. Good luck teaching. No decent tags? Oh, thank god. I just know mine tends to be worse than usual and am always looking for methods to overcome. That's fair. Although yeah, I don't think I can help much with that, since I don't know if I have dysphoria. All I can say is that sometimes I struggle to keep up with words. Or actually most of the time. Oh! Oh! You're like, oh! It's like in Rise! Oh my god, Valorhammer is so fun. Excuse me? This is so good. I love Valorhammer, let's go! Hi Sola. Good to see you, Kobo. Good to see Dragon too. Neat. Why the mom have that Pixar mom body? Pixar mom body? This one? This one? Eh, really? Skinny waist and thick? Is it thick? I mean, it's kind of thick, but not really thick. It jumps around too much. Hammer cannot really land a big hit on it. If I can, it's free. Like this one. Free. Oh. Oh. The bonk! I got so lucky. I think the small head makes it feel thick. Maybe? Palico is too helpful. It just bonk. Bonk like explosions too much. I don't blame him. I mean, I love explosions. Give me a bunch of firecrackers. I'm gonna shoot them all at once. Next. That's why helpful, but too helpful? I'm glad. Ooh, that's a nice hit. I'm gonna capture Basarios. Bonk. Oh yeah, you're gonna get it now. Bonk. Told you. Is this a fairly typical Monster Hunter game relative to where World ended up? Like, is this close to does this play like World? Is that what you mean? It doesn't really play like World. I think World is quite unique on its own, I would say. Look at this rock. Wake up! Huh. Nope. Don't do it. I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm scared. Biggest bonk. Why do you keep doing that? Bonk. Bonk. Biggest bonk. What are you doing? Why are you down? Why are you down? Yeah. Oh! Wait, I'm dying. I don't wanna. I'm running. Can you... Okay, you can. Good. Help. Come here, I have the biggest bonk for you. Oh, don't roll. Biggest bonk. Boom. Ow. Yeah, you can mine some Turk. Uragan is one, Radoban is one, but Radoban is not here. Basarios is one. Ow. I don't wanna. Since when Basarios is so active? Oh. Why can you not cancel into charge? Bonk. No. I wouldn't mind the dragon, but hip check. You have seems to be having some issues. Well, yeah. I'm in the volcano without cold drink. Or Nelly. I need healing. ATH, we're gonna do this. It's all good. But thank you. Lucky. Nice too. I feel like World has more emphasis on part-based play. What is part-based play? Such a silly decisions. Why we not bring drinkies? Because I forgot and I didn't know that I'm gonna be in Vortigeno. I just look at what monster will I be up against, and I didn't bring any drinkies. And because this game, this game on high rank, it doesn't give any supplies until 5 minutes in, and it will drop you random. So I didn't bring any drinkies. Using sword on tail, wings, and using hammer on head, etc., etc. Isn't that always been the case? Boom. Again. Boom. I'll do it again. Are you down? Oh. Give me something good. Why you only give me carbonite ore? There we go. Oh. And that part breaking is a larger part of gameplay. So is this one. It has always been the case, yeah. It's just because I played World differently, but I feel like the way you play is very much hit the body, and I'm sure you know the way more than me, so I assume that's a correct decision. Basarios, you're gonna break the chest to get the weak point out. That's the gimmick of this monster. Look at that. Let me show you. I just broke the chest. Do you see the soft spot there? It's not very obvious, but you can kind of see it. On Bong's place, there. Now this has become the weak spot. Because I broke the body. And that's Basarios' gimmick. Wee. I don't want to sleep. I'm dead. I got so lucky. Ow. I need healing. Ugh. Notice that most of the mons, not just rock dirt. Oh really? I've been trying to hit the weak point of the monster most of the time. Maybe failing to do that as well. What are you doing? Bonk, I'm dead. Oh my god, thanks for true health horn. I could have died there. Now, why you keep rolling? Chill. Nope. Oh, that has a lot of very fast recovery. I'm dead. Whee! Height B? I got so lucky. Oh, 3 times. Alright, gonna wait for it to go to sleep. Isn't chilling what Kobo needs to do? Yeah. Dragon Knight learn Hyper Beam. That's a Stone Knight. Stogon Knight. I think I came in too quickly. Okay, I think I can... What? I'm gonna die. Don't move. Okay, wait. He's just that thick. I mean, he is very thick. Yeah. Can I get this? 20 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. Fuck. Fuck. No! My shiny. I personally think that the way to hunt monsters in this game doesn't really change throughout the whole Monster Hunter series, I feel like. Let me stand up for a little bit. Hey. Feels good. Just wanna stretch for a little bit. Okay. Or maybe just because my way of playing Monster Hunter has always been very ooga booga. Right? I just go in without preparations and brute force my way to victory. That's how I play. That's usually how I play Monster Hunter. Like, I've seen so many people play World like that. They spend so much time trying to get the perfect build, right? They need to farm this, farm that. And then for me it's just like, ooh, this weapon looks cool. Ooh, this armor looks cool. And I just wear them, upgrade those set, and just go in and get the victory. Like, if I keep losing, I'll keep trying until I win. Keep trying until I learn how to dodge them, dodge the attacks, and whiff punish them, and what they're doing with those like charge attacks and shit. That's how I play Monster Hunter. I don't really like spend 2 hours trying to get the perfect build. I don't. I'm lazy. I'm lazy like that. No urgent quest? Yes, urgent quest. Alright, we're gonna fly. Gravios? No! All research so far indicates that Valshrak's ferociousness exceeds all of our prior expectations. While it could be valuable for the safety of the mission and its people, so your orders are to retreat for now while we analyze the situation. Huh. Recall the Kokoto villagers who went out looking for the fragments. Wow, this person loves... this person loves Valstrikes. I mean, I do too, Dragon's Heart. I have to make this call. Did you go to Kokoto? Okay. Do you have references for your art? I just saw your big redeem. Sure. I had... Ooh, do I have the picture? Crap. Alright, let me find it. Give me a second. My capture card is gonna go insane for a little bit though. For the redeem, it's a little bit different. Blender... Oh, Blender. Is it here? Oh yeah. Oh, I only have one screen. Oops. Shit. Give me a second. I'm gonna try to add another display capture question mark. Oh wait, I don't need. Oh, it's automatic. Okay. So you guys are gonna see a bunch of stuff, and by that I mean infinite Kobo. All right. Anyway, so this is one. I did this for Breen. Breen 1. The thing, what do you call that? What do you call that thing again? Raffle. Yeah, Breen won a raffle, and this is the first time I did like a shoulder up thing, right? So this is the first one. The other one, I'm still doing it, but I can show you some other stuff that I've made. I made a lot of other things. Let me find it. Sorry, give me a second. Hey, it's one way to hide my screen, because why not? I'm making one now, but if you want to see what I do make a bunch of models on my own. Wait, let me open up something real quick. This one and this one. I'm a 3D artist, by the way. I make 3D stuff. And this one as well. These two. Alright, this one and also this one. So I made the snake, I made this kobold, and then I just put it into Blender and then make something. But if you want to see work in progress, I usually when I make models like this, I go through ZBrush and then go through Blender. And then usually I do other like if I want to put into VC Face or put into VRChat, you can also put it into Unity. Yeah, this is also like my latest dragon character that I made. But yeah, Kobo. Oh hi Merb. I have only one screen. I'm looking at my phone currently. Hello. But yeah, hopefully that helps. But if you want even more, I can open up ZBrush for you. Just to be clear, because why not, right? Alright, let me open up ZBrush real quick. Hope you're doing good, Merp. Welcome. Kobo, that's not where the eyes are. Snake's too big. I have to look at that. I want pets though. These are so adorable. Thank you. I can show you one of my kobold model in ZBrush then. Give me a second. Render fast. Ooh, I missed ZBrush. Maybe I should do art soon. Note tool. F. I think I remember when I put it. Oh, here it is, here it is. I think my PC can handle this, I think. Me doing road testing? Nice, good to know. I hope I... Please don't crash. That's all I ask. Oh. No, this is... and then T. There we go. The screen is very small, so it's kind of hard for me to like show everything. My PC is already dying. Alright, give me a second. Let me hide this. So this is one of the models that I made. The cupboard, this one. So I made this one in ZBrush, my most proud creation, honestly, this one. Like I'm surprised that I got all the proportions almost like I love the proportion. And it's the first time I do something like this. These furs are like each strand is like each model subtool here. Here you see these. These are all like fur. So yeah, I do stuff like these. But the redeem for the 150k big redeem is the shoulder up where I show you the snake one. Remember that one? Yeah, essentially you get that one. Huge tail, by the way. I love big tail. Tail good. I love tail. But yeah, fun times. Spend like a few months on this. Infinite Tylra. So pretty. Thank you. Very cobalt, much yet so adorable. You're adorable, Merv. So far it seems primarily scalies. Do you do furries as well? I tried actually. My first ever model was my cryptid character. But that character is not that good, to be honest. I mean, to be fair, it is like my first model that I put on VC face. I don't know if I can find it still. Give me a second. Because back then I have no like, my files were everywhere. Is it this one? No, it's not this one. It's definitely not this one. This one is 2020. Is it 2020? Fuck, I don't remember. I cannot find it. Oh, why am I doing this? I can just show you the VC face. Okay, give me a second. Let me hide Tifa. And then I'm gonna go to VC face. I'm gonna show you the VC face real quick. Give me a second. So here, VC face. How do I do this again? Oh yeah, after the selection. Oh yeah, I didn't put it here. Oh god. Okay, where is it? Oh yeah, this one, forfeit. This one is magic. I was so proud of this one back then. Yeah, 2021. Yeah. So this is my first ever model. It's not the best. Please don't judge too harshly. Oh wait, did the wings work? Oh, huge. I actually didn't know it works. Did I rig this wing like this? Whoa, huge. But yeah, this is my first ever character. The cryptid, the Forest Guardian thing. Namely Draxon. Big hands, I'm surprised. Did I rig this? Holy shit, I didn't know I rigged this. I feel like I can fly. If in the show, the whole thing. Don't mind the legs though. The legs is like I forgot to rig it like properly. This part here. So this is the whole model. The tail is the texture is very I didn't know how to texture back then, and this is how I do fur. Bad times. And I mean the hooves, it stick together because I didn't fix the rig. So there you go. My first ever model. It's not scaly, this one at least, but yeah. Examples. Alright. Actually, I'm curious. How would Tifa look like? Best not to look at that. we don't talk about it. All right. Actually, I'm curious. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Long. Long. Help. Here, okay, there we go. Tifa. Is this right? Quite good for the first time. Yeah, thank you. Long. You just start somewhere, still look neat though. It was tough, but hey, thank you. Yeah, you're right. Everyone has to start somewhere. There we go. So that... Oh wait, that's not my first model, I think. My first model, before I start streaming... No. Oh, wait. When I first started streaming, I stopped doing model for a year. And then I came back doing art, and then the first model I made was a Salizzle. And then after Salizzle, I made Ferret Magic. It was a shame though because the model was really bad. And after that, I made my own model and then put it into VC Face when I hit affiliate on Twitch. Special permits to courier service. Want to become available later prior to when they do, I promise. Okay. Special permit. Why does Korea give me so many things? Ooh. Do you know Neko open parenthesis means open quote cat close quote close parenthesis? Spiky hair, sword fishbone necklace. So. Oh, so. To a Royal Ludroth. Okay, we got an urgent quest. We're gonna fight at Gravios? Gravios a bonk? I mean, Gravios is something like Basarios, but harder. Gravios in marshlands? Nice. Gravios. 93, 57. Oh wait, I'm out of potion? No one told me that. There, that should be good enough. And then take Mega Demon Drug. And we good. Now remember. Marshland needs hot drink. I brought hot drinks. I forgot to eat. As a matter of fact, I eaten. Okay, I lied. I eaten. I don't remember. Brain hard. Number 4. I mean, Gravius will not go to cold places, no? Bonk, bonk, sheep. Big boy, you. Okay. I didn't hit the big bong. Oh my god, Kobo actually doing proper prep? I know, right? Couldn't believe it. I never done proper prep. This is new. Don't drink hot drinks. I thought that was Mega Demon Drug. I'm gonna cry. My hot drink. Big rock monster. Paintball! I gotta roll. I can't even see your face. Bonk. Oh shit. Fire? You're... Oh no! Had a feeling. I cannot hit the leg. Where am I supposed to hit then? Hello, fellow stance. I have a refund. This is bad. Even the leg I cannot get in. Ow. Hit. Woohoo! That really hurt. Oh my god, I hate it so much when the leg moves and then hits. Why is that a thing? Head? Oh! My head's too tall though. Uh-oh. I forgot. There's a follow-up. The thing in the pink sweater just entertains me? You mean like Kongal? I fucking hate them. They suck. They very suck. Oh, you didn't do it this time? Valor, please. Did you... I can do it now? You do, okay. Help. Alright, good night. Okay. Don't you love it when Whip Punish doesn't apply anymore? Man. It saves them. That move saves them. Chest and chin and wings. Looks like chest. Don't know about wings. I mean, I can't even reach the wings, so there's that. Just slip with butt some more. I don't like Gravios. It's too spiky. It doesn't look as hot. And it bullies the Kobold. I don't like it. It's always tough when I don't see a move. When I see a move that's supposed to be like whip punishable, like this one, hugely whip punishable, and then saved by this move. Like, what's the point? I can't even punish it. The fuck? You're telling me a move that is a huge commitment with no consequence? Sure. Maybe I play too much fighting game. I take whip punishment too seriously. Nope, not wings. Why do I keep smelling porridge? Why do I keep smelling porridge? There's no porridge in my room. I mean, I had porridge this morning. It's making me hungry. But I just ate not too long ago. I just keep smelling porridge. And I love porridge. Someone else making porridge? Probably not. I cannot tell. This is gonna be annoying. Big laser. Safe by? Nothing? Why can't you mix it up? Oh, now you do it. Why do you have mix in this? Why do you have schmix? You're not supposed to schmix with high commitment move. I broke something. Oh wait, can I wait, can I respectfully? No, you suck. Check.
Why you bullying me?
I'm getting bullied by Gravios. Wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Ah, pee good. Milk? Wake me up, milk, wake me up. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. I can't wake up. Wake me up inside. Save me. I'm dying. I'm going cray-cray. Boom. Boom. I'll do it again. Boom. Oh. Get bullied by Fat Tail Dirk. Yeah, when the move doesn't have, when everything he does has no recovery. And the hitbox lingered for so long. What can I do? Get bullied? That's what I do. Easy, simple solution. Ow. Yeah, when the smallest little thing that he does. In real life that works, I understand, you know, the slightest bit of steppies hurt. It really hurt. But it is so annoying to deal with in this in the universe that is Monster Hunter. There we go. Oh, that fucking feels good. I'll take it. Yeah, hip check me all you want. I win. Nice. Oh, there goes the chest. Woo! Alright, everything is going well. I got so lucky. The head is too tall. I thought you're running away. You're not, okay. I still want to sharpen. We take those. That was 15 minutes, okay. Are you down? Your wings! Oh my god, your wings! Oh shit, it's a lot longer than I thought. Am I dead? Laser? Charge? Okay. I guess I got lucky with all the breaks because now the fight seems a lot easier. Yeah, a heck lot easier now. Everything hits. I will not get stunned by deflection. I have more time to do defensive options now. Because when I get deflected, I cannot do anything other than when I get hit or wait until the animation is done. It's raining again. Nice. Did I just miss? Eepy crab. Boom. Boom. I'll take it. Oh, thanks, crab. Oh, I fell though. How did it not hit me? I'm not even gonna ask questions. Was that a trait? I can't see. Oh, nope. Oh. Another one? I'm dead. I guess the follow-up blast only occurs when I'm close to it. If not, it would never happen. That's a little bit tough to deal with. Oh, instant? Okay. Oh. Fuck. Damn, I could have punished that. I did. Did I? Oh, that's fucked. Oh, that is fucked up. They rolled over to the... They rolled past loading screen. Tailwind? The wing blocks it every time, doesn't it? Okay, broke the wing somehow. Not limping yet? Okay. Three potions and 3 mega potions. I got this. I feel like I learned quite a bit of the moveset. Should be fine. I only struggle with the instant tail whip. Oh no! I didn't know that's a stumble. I'll take it. Is there another stumble? And I'm stuck in the wing again. I can do it. No? Yo, I was mega lucky? Nope, not anymore. This tree works, I assure you. The cover. Delayed hit check? Okay. Right, I forgot. Instant tail swipe almost got me. We love instant moves that knocks away, deals 10,000 damage. Oh, run the wrong way. Fair and balanced. Fair and balanced. Oh, I'm EP. Nice. Who? Ow. That instant tail swipe is gonna be the end of me. Oh, there's no flinch? Okay. Is there a flinch? Okay, it's a flinch, but not a tumble. That's a tumble. And got stuck with the wing again. Why am I not surprised anymore? It's so predictable. This game has everything that's out there to stop you from doing damage. I should just say that they know what they're doing, you know. The monster to death, they know what they're doing. Tumbling like that, wings will trap you. You can roll again? You actually do roll again. Hey, I respect that. Fuck you. I'm dead. I'm not dead, I lied. I guess I'm really not doing a lot of damage to this thing. Am I not ready? Nah, I'm never not ready. It's been 25 minutes and it's not limping. I'm gonna go go eat breakfast. Have good breakfast, Nexus. Always appreciate the lurk. Also, hi, Malicious Magpie. Run, okay. Oh my god, this tail swipe, I cannot believe it. It's a heckin' hyperspace tail swipe. limping finally. Does it not fly? Imagine if I don't have Mega Demon Drag. This is probably gonna take like 35 minutes. That far? Oh, got him. Man. This one is tough. This one's tough. I mean, this one is tough because there's so many high commitment moves that is being protected by something else. Tough, but I still did it. And die the purple model. Hi. Also, thanks for the alert. Can I fight Valstrax now? Investigate surrounding, boost haste, and be careful. Yo, let's go. Am I gonna fight Valstrax? Oh my god, yes please. Hey, I don't mind getting destroyed by Valstrax. It's cool looking dragon. Energy drink. Oh, I have ration. Oops. Well, not much I can do. Valstrax. Jet dragon. Jet dragon. Jet dragon. I want jet dragon. I'm using hammer though. It's kind of scary. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Oh my god, you're so hot. You're so cute. Extremely dangerous. If you're not ready to continue hunting it yet, select return to village from your main menu. You will still receive quest rewards. You're telling me to back out when I see such a hot dragon? No fucking way. I'm fighting it. Come on. That's right. You think I'm scared? No way. Oh, that's the roar. Let's go. What, you don't have Valstrax's theme? Oh yeah, you have that move, I forgot. Cool! You so behave the same as like the rice one? Kind of? Oh, behind. Oh, that stance is behind. I need to remember. Good thing I remember something from Rice. Oh, I got sniped. I didn't expect that. I got this. It's fine. Oh. No, don't go. Yikes. No chance. Yikes. What? You didn't give me a chance, just ran away? Oh, fuck. That feels like shit. Fine. Look, I know this is not the intended... what do you call it? Story progression, okay? Melting pot? Oh, that's the... Oh, I forgot. I forgot the melting pot is a thing. I'm not safe, I died. Oh. If I hear the failure theme, I died, and I don't even get the chance to fight Valstrax again. Hantia Gongdu? Yeah, Vibrature is not bad. Oh. Okay. Hi, Gasly. Melting pots are the part human use. Alright, I'm done with him. It's 4 AM here, so I'm gonna close my lids. Go sleep! Sleep's good! I cannot stay past 1. I feel I'm getting old. Good luck comboing. Thank you. Oh yeah, I forgot about Switch X. I miss my aerial switchetsu. Ancient melding. I'm hitting a little bit too less. Actually, that's perfect. Nice. Three Queen King or Dragon? 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 Oh, new stuff. Hmm. Ninth turn. Rectalons, Zinogre, Gravios again? Fuck. Celta's Queen? Celta's Queen Tail. Why is it two things? Lagiacrus times width times height? Another Zinogre? Oh, this was capture. Okay. Who done it? What done it? The Ramboros? Oh. Two Nurstilla? Oh my god. Tigrex. Two King Shark. Another Retalos. And it's real! It's the Clackety Clack monster. My favorite. Yeah, these all looks pretty fun. Except for the Gravios one, fuck that. We can start from this one. Like, we do it one by one. Area. Locale, Rune Pinnacle, okay. RD8. Let's go, we're gonna get stonk. We still haven't seen a single Elder Dragon yet. I think we're getting close. I mean, look, Valstrax is the Elder Dragon, okay? But I want more. Hello? I need Elder Dragon. I think I played this for like hundreds of hours now. And I think I deserve to look at more dragons. Like very hot looking dragon. I really wonder if there's like a Lao San Long in this one. I fucking love Lao San Long with how big it is. It is such a huge deal in Monster Hunter Frontier Z. I hope it's here. Rattlers would be the highest place possible, I think. Nope, I lied. Paintball. I tried. Oh no. I can see myself dead already. New move? I love indestructible rocks. Oh, nope, it's gone. Okay, I was wrong. Nice tool. Very explosive roll. Whoa. All good. Uh-oh. It's very high up. Tylra Kobo is not reading this message. I won't. I might then. Might be. No, enough recovery. What happened? What did I break? I mean, whatever it is, I'll take it. Hi, Dinophos. Wait, how do I get there? Wait, this one goes down. No, not here. Is it above? It has to be. Ah, okay, okay. I think it's here. You got him. Yeah, I broke the back. You got the tail. I'm a relentless kobold. Nope. Okay. Tried. Can I save this? I still think aerial switch axe gives me an easier time against Rathalos. Chicken. Woohoo! Oh boy. Oh, I didn't do it. Gonna dash back now? Yep. Okay, fair enough. Thanks for pity. Yeah, there's no need to just keep chasing them down sometimes. Like, they just keep going back and forth. And I don't think there's a need to just keep chasing them down. Alright, thanks for the hey! Alright, there goes your food. Thank you. Angry? Okay. Oh no. And then fireball again? Oh, tail? Charge? There it is. Yeah, when it does that, just wait at the end. Wait at the end of the map, then it's all good. Didn't mean to do that. My back hurts. It's not hurt. There's an ant biting my back. What the fuck? No! Okay, yeah, I think I got rid of it. Are you going for me or are you going for Bong? Double? Okay. It's up here. Feels like all the quests is taking super long. Maybe I'm not strong enough. Is either that or I'm not good enough? It's probably the latter. Instant? I don't care. Oh boy. Limping? Okay. Maybe I don't need to mine as much anymore. Yeah. Chicken. I like the chicken. What are they called again? I actually forgot what they're called. Alright, from now on they're known as chicken. No, those red face thing, I love them. Chicken. Eepee. Got him. No, not too bad. Ooh, Queen Husband? Team player? Is team player like wide range? Like, I can spit mega potion for someone else? For the whole team even? Thunder resistance. Are we gonna go fight the good boy? We have to capture the good boy, right? Can you shock trap against Zinogre in this game? Or is it a no-go? Vanilax wants more Vanilax. Thanks, we all love Vanilax, I'm sure. Gorgonzola X. Are those cheese? Cheese! Whoa, look at the sharpness, holy shit! Herbal sharpness? Oh my god, it's full! Holy shit! Paw print ticket and particle ticket G. Oh my god. Notch do. Whoa. Why kidding me X? Blast? I do kinda like Blast Element. Why can me ticket, Dragonite or Malfestio Tail Feather? Uragan Scoot. And Chili X. Chili X. Arachno Scale. That's kinda cool. Carmelius? Whoa. Arca Raptora. That's so cool. Whoa! That's a cool bow, but I don't want to play bow. Spread Pierce, Rapid Pierce. Nah, I don't want to make another set, another like armor set for Gunner. I already have really strong sword and shield. Palette knife. Poison. No, when I want to keep it simple, just play sword and shield. It's way easier. Also, my mistake is that I always forgot to bring oil. Ooh, okay. Not too much. perfect. Oh, the last two is so good. Oil. Can I buy oil from the marketplace? Anna. Do you sell oil? See for the also from distance. Wait, I can take pictures with this. Oh, there it is. Affinity, stamina, mind's eye. Your attack symbol cannot be deflected. I already have chaos oil for this. Greatly increases affinity. I like this one. We eat them. We take the quest. We need to capture Zinoga. Let's go. Can I bring multiple oil? Can I apply multiple oil? Oh. Oh. Maybe I can. Holy shit, maybe Sword and Shield is OP. I'm going in. So do I just like... Ooh. 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 I think that's good. I don't know. It didn't show if it like stacks or not. Zinogre, the good bubble should not be too much of a problem, I think. I hope. I feel like. Oh no, how am I supposed to hit them? Oh. Oh. Are you eating it? Okay. Well, looking at Remobra, I remember that my first proper armor set in Rise was Remobra's armor. I mean, it looks pretty cool, I like it. Haha, EP. Damn, heavy sleeper. Very happy sleep, heavy sleeper. man. Supplies? So fast? Oh, okay. Hmm. I can get a remote bra afterwards, it's fine. Excuse me? There we go. Yippee! Okay, good. Let me apply the oil first. Whoa. 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 Why is it instant? I can roll under it. Oh, too far. At least I got the last hit. How long does the oil last for? How do I know if the oil is still in effect? One. Oh, second one? Okay. Mini Doomer. Hi. It's Inoger. We have the good purple. Lucky. Oh, you don't go back that much. Oh, it was fast because I was in I was in Chaos Oil. Okay. Nope. I've been on my Prowler playthrough. It's been rough. Good to see people still on this. First time playing it. I love Monster Hunter. I played through World, played through Rise. Used to play Monster Hunter 2 on the PS2, and I'm glad I saw this on discount on my on the Switch store. It's like only 45 Lingao. It's like, oh my god, 45 ringgit. Oh shit! Immediately bought it. Loved it so far. Holy shit! I love Monster Hunter. Oh yeah, I also played Frontier G. Oh, Frontier Z, sorry. Ow. I mean, it went from G to Z, so... I also played the obscure version of Monster Hunter, I think. the China one. What? Don't do it. Oh, I thought they can attack. Well, they did. Don't do it. Oh, you did it anyway. Dang, you're kind of an OG then. Maybe a little bit, I don't know. Ah, Ippy. I see your Ippy, huh? Okay, let me just... Ooh. Now just... Yeet! Bonk! Why bonk? Alright. You start with 3U? Ooh. Well, my parents doesn't allow me to have a handheld, so I never played 3U, 4U, or any Monster Hunter that is like handheld. I don't have them. Which is fair because I was chronically addicted to video games. Not that I'm not addicted now, but... Oh, get on left, right. Ooh, that was way too close. Wait, don't do it. Okay. Not good. Haha. The power of destroying my controller. Nah. Wait, where's my round force? Come on. Speed? Oh, nice hoo! Give me that chunky tail. Oh, you're gonna charge, I forgot. That's one horn. Running away? I returned. Hey, welcome back, Nexus. You gonna emulate PSP and play Portable Third? Ooh, in fact, Portable Third is where Xenoker came from. Oh. Xenoker first appearance is Portable Third. I know Kushala's first appearance is Monster Hunter 2. When I first saw Kushala, yeah, damn, goosebumps. But a shame that I can never beat it because I was still young back then. I'm sorry, Kelby. I'm not Valor, I forgot. Yeah. Oh, thick. Okay. Very thick. In milk, I trust. In milk, I trust. Milk is gonna heal soon. I believe. Look at that. Milk OP? Oh, I'm dead. Don't do it. Ooh. Hey, it's a classic. Speed. Aha, EP. I like the oil thing. I just don't know what they do. I mean, I know what they do, but I don't know how long they last for. But it's so cool. Hey, kenapa? I thought... Don't they give a little bit of sharpness back? That's what you get. Wait. Oh god, I block him. Sword and shield so good. Another one. Or milk. Milk's just trying to heal. Oh. Alright, would you mind giving me a few seconds then? Maybe not, okay. This game is worth it. You can get a reverse switch light for super cheap these days. That's really good to know. I got lucky because I saved up money to get a switch myself. Well, not myself. You know, when Dad was still alive, we both like, Dad, can I get a switch? and then it's like, yeah, you pay for a little bit, and then I pay for a little bit. Like, sure, okay. Essentially, we share costs, and then I got the switch on my own. It's like, yeah, lucky. Got the kill. I only got 200 hours in this game. Oh my god, 200. Oh my god. Above all, your head was too tall. Charge? Near the end of G rank on Prowler, still near HR 5 by Hunter. The amount of content is crazy. Yeah, I played for so long. And then I'm HR 2 because I never go to Hub. I only went to Hub when Little Bunny and Gogeta just like, hey, wanna play some matches? Like, sure. That got me to HR2. But I've been playing on Village all the time. I tried Prowler a lot. I love the kitty gameplay, but it's so tough. It is so tough. Oh no. I'm doing it. Big tail. Good to see another SNS player. Something of an SNS main myself. I don't main SNS. Although, to be fair, I play all melee weapons. Because I love to get up close and personal. Don't do it. Oh. Indestructible rock, help me. Thanks, I guess. Now we roll that. Okay. Oh, you can sidestep? Yo, that's cool. Thanks. Hey, that's a last remote, bro. I don't know why I main, honestly. I just play so much melee weapons because I love them. But I think the most I play in this game is Great Sword. Honestly, I just love chunky hit, big sword, huge swing. Very satisfying. Sword and Shield is more of a very safe play. No, very nimble, can block without losing sharpness. This remover, I swear to god. Okay, I'm not even gonna try. Alright, here comes my last oil. I don't know if I'm wasting them. But then again, it's never waste if, you know, I'm using them. That's where your mistake is, goddammit. I could justify getting a Switch if it's reasonably easy to develop for. Maybe? This I'm not too sure. Meow meow. Meow meow. Is it the same case where can I use Shock Trap against Zinogre? I know in Rise you cannot. How about in this game? Because I do need to capture this one. Maybe not in shock state like this. Oh! God damn it, Bonk! I love you, but oh my god! Had to block it. Instant hit check. Oh! I don't want the shiny though. It's just cobalt things. I see shiny, I have to get it. I'm dead. God damn it. Good shit. Doom. That stun was unfortunate. Do we have pitfall track? Oh, free. Bugnet? Are you telling me that when Xenoga tumbles, I can bugnet its behind? Oh, there it is. Pitfall track free. Okay. It was a good fight. It was a heckin' good fight. We love the good boy, the best puppo. There seems to be a Godot engine port for Switch. Oh, isn't Brotetto Godot engine? Because I've been playing Brotetto as well, see? It's a good game, okay? It's fun. Not sponsored by Brotetto though. But yeah, it good. It good. Ooh, advanced evasive maneuver. Whee! I had to block this. I have to block this as well. Dang it. No, stop using that! You cheating! How could you be cheating like that? You just activated Game Shark. That okay, I'll take it. God, Zenogre is such a good boy. I cannot believe it. I will put getting a Switch on my list of potential long-term investments. You got this. Good luck. I personally love Switch. Just because it's like portable. And I did say that I'm chronically addicted to video games. Okay, maybe not chronically. I still know some self-control, okay? Oh! It was aimed from milk. Spin. Hey, I want that. Chill. I want it. Thank you. Shiny. Range. Oh my god, that scared me. Oh, instant. Limping? I'm not gonna attack anymore. Yep, okay, there we go. Alright, wait for it to go blue, and then we can go capture this good boy. We're gonna capture this good boy. Did I carve the tail? Oh my god, I didn't carve the tail! I'm gonna cry. I hate it here. Is that good or is that bad? That's probably bad. Carapace I can get from anywhere. Oh, I forgot about the binocular! No. Crap. The good boy. Now, don't do anything drastic. Just stay there. It's fine. free! Tinoka is so cute though! I love Tinoka. But I want dragons more though. Maybe I don't like Zinoka as much as I like the other hot looking dragons, I guess. Oh. I like this one. Where's my binocular? There it is. Now I'm bringing too many things. Zelda's Queen? What's this one? Sure, okay. Oh, isn't this Jaggy's weapon? Can I upgrade Jaggy's weapon to like strong as fuck? Let me try it. This is so stupid. Oh. I mean, it's looking pretty good. Oh. Oh, I need Jaggy's scale plus? I don't want to kill too much Jaggy. Oh, Usurper's Fireball. Oh, this is how we get Zinoka's weapon! Okay. Well, not that I need that now. Velociraptor's Bite. I need the head. These things are so hard to get. Oh! Ooh. Nargacuga Marrow. Sure. 40% affinity? Yeah. More? Hi-fi. Hi-fi. The Celta's Queen? I assume that's S Queen, right? Celta's Queen. Do you play longsword sometimes? I play a lot of longsword, yeah. Wait, I cannot put decorations here. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. I just recently found out about oil things, and that really fascinates me. Alright, let's go kill some bug. I can long. I love longsword. The Den of Dawn. Hi. Hey! Dawn raid. You're ever gonna go throw up? Or what happened? What did you play? Hey, but thanks for the raid though. What did you play? Did you play Steel Rising? I never heard of that. Weird obscure games. Okay, I don't know what that game is, but hey, don't take care of yourself. Come on. It's fine, it's fine. Thanks for the raid, appreciate. There you go. Well, I don't know if it was fun. Okay, there we go. We could stop. What are you doing? Oh yeah. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Tylra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I do art very rarely. Welcome in. What am I gonna do again? Right, okay. Volunteer will suffer the consequences. You're gonna get an ankle beat. Your ankle is gonna get chomped if you don't follow me. You see these little chompers? Yeah, that's right. That's what we're good for. Just kidding. Nah, I don't wanna guess. Wait, there's two? Why is there two of them? Or am I kidding?
Hello and welcome.
Oh, Cobalt, hi! Hello. Hello, Cobalt. And Crit Gaming Cobalt, thank you. Welcome in. Can I get Fusium ore? I guess not. Okay, fair enough. Hello. Hello. Hope you're hacking whale. I fought this thing before. I haven't fought this thing before. Okay. Wait, you're both separate entity? I can ring of you because I fought you before. Oh, I miss this jungle music. Allah! Yeah, the jungle music. Oh. So, are you both gonna be together all the time? Question mark? This might be right. Ah, where'd you come from? Double? Okay. Oh. I mean, they both look very similar. I guess they're always together. Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm not too sure how to tackle this one. Yeah, it seems like they're gonna be together all the time, which is fair enough. It looks like they belong together. Your friend's down. But of course. It's alright, I got the oil thingy. Don't fly! What? What? Oh. Henshin Gaktai? What? You just can't. Oh, I love them. Oh my god, I cannot believe it, but I love them. But oh, you're shooting a cannon. I love you. Whoa, that's so cool. Whoa. Oh, goddamn. Goddamn. Whoa, Henshin Gakatai. Oh my god. Is this Senseiya? Oh, wait. I don't. Alright, okay. That is very, very cool. What can I say? Hi, Toonbald. The Celta's back frame. Back frame. This map reminds me of where you fight Misu and friends in Rise. Oh, yeah, this map is in Rise, yeah. At Sunbreak. Became a bug make. A Giga Duril Bugger. Gonna head to bed. Wanted to give a fellow Kobo the follow. Oh, thank you. Have a good sleep. Thanks for the follow again. Whoa, what the cannons shoot. Whoa. Even when they're running away. Oh, they separated. No more Henshin Kakutai. Didn't mean to raid and run. It's all good. Are you feeling okay now? Please take care of yourself. But yeah, I haven't even thanked for your raid. So thank you.
I hope you're feeling better now. Oh. Reminds me of Scarab from Halo. I never played Halo, but I think you played it. I'm gonna yip now, I guess. Yeah, it looks like they're both gonna be together all the time. Double? No, once, okay. I'm gonna get you first. It feels like you're like the... You're like the brain of the operation, you know what I mean? And then this... Which one is Delta's queen? Are they both Delta's queen? Or is the small one has something else? What if I kill the small one and then quest complete? That's a little bit awkward, no? Oh, chill! Oh god. Full context is I drank a quarter bottle of booze while streaming. Whoa. That's a lot, right? I don't know. I never drink alcohol before. But yeah, so long you're okay, then it's okay lah. Not much problem. Not much problem. Fuck. You gotta protect the queen? Oh. The small one is the regular Celtas, the big one is Celtas queen. Oh. Try it again.
No, my chaos oil. So they are both Celtas, but one is Queen. You want to protect your queen, huh? Cannot already, I tell you. Huh? You think so easy you want to protect your queen like this, huh? Alcohol is okay if you're in a good state of mind. Fair enough. I just prefer not to drink them. Because of my body conditions and stuff. But it's okay if you drink them. Oh, you did? Yeah, I'm carving your bodyguard. Are you pissed? Oh. Wait, chill. No! Wait! Chill! I didn't mean to do that in front of you. It's a tool for several things. Yeah, to each their own. I respect your decision to drink alcoholic drinks. It's all good. Disinfect the inside boo-boo? Inside boo-boo? Am I missing some chat? I hope not. Oh, that's defense down. Shit. Wait, I haven't used my oil yet, I think. Oh, hi Cochita. Might have missed it. Fun fact, the queen will just kill the small when she's done with him. Oh, what? Then I did the right thing. Alcohol is also great as a substitute for pocket sand. Oh, yeah. It has that burning sensation, I think. Not too lethal, not too strong, just right. Are you... I didn't touch you. Are you limping? Why would you limp? I didn't even touch you. Huh? There's no way, right? I don't know. Well, why would it suddenly limp when I didn't even touch her? Alright, you're getting the paintball. Paintball! That's a huge tail. Very slow though. Oh no, I'm swinging blind. Can I capture her already? She's behaving very weird. There's no way, right? I don't trust that. But she's behaving very weird. Oh, wow, wait. You're just trying to find another Celtas? I see it, okay. I get it. I'm killing another one, because why not? I need your stuff. Give it to me. Maybe it's a bad idea to keep killing this one, I think. Maybe not. I should keep attacking the queen. No, I don't want to be sneaky. I'm gonna go lie down. I hope you have a wonderful stream. Thank you. Thanks again for the raid. I do hope you have a heckin' good rest. Oh, me gonna go do the lunchies. Okay. Have good lunch. Oh, Queen's pissed. Oh, no wonder it's pissed. There's Celtas on top. Oh. Goodness me, what the fuck is going on? I think I'm dead. Nah, I'll never die. I would destroy my controller rather than die. Oh, this is what you're doing. You keep charging. Okay. So it seems to always turn twice only. Woohoo. Oh. Are you destroying? What? Why would you do that? Can I still carve this? Thank you very much. Yeah, I need that Celtas thing. Alright, thank you. Now we gonna go fight again? You good? Could be able to tumble her with like breaking a leg. What are you doing? Are you pissed? Wait, I saw shiny. Give me a second. Wait. I saw this, I have to get it. Nice. She don't give you shits just like a real queen. Wait. Aren't I done with you? Why are you still here? What are you doing? I don't understand. I'm trying to understand your move pattern. Two? Is that two shinies? Oh, I already broke this one. Why do you keep spinning like that? What? Are you like trying to give me your broken leg for me to attack? This is gonna take a long time to kill. Did you find another Celtas that I can carry? It didn't work. That tail looks mighty choppable. What? Yo! Oh, legs! Hi! Oh, the pit pit. Thank you, legs. There you go. Welcome, legs. Ow. Alright, let me just destroy your floating legs real quick. Don't worry about it. Who? Oh, it's another Celtas. Wait, where'd you come from? Okay, we destroyed 3 legs. Sorry, Lex is here. We destroyed 3 Celtas' legs, not legs. I need to, you know, to specify what's going on. Oh. It looks like they're having a conversation. Or not, okay. I'm gonna aim for the queen. I have to. Oh wait, I broke 4 of your legs? Okay. Oh. The cannon. I thought round force is a evasive maneuver. They don't seem like spooders, possible erected but not spooder. They look like bugs. Like, not erected but insectoid. That's a word, right? Insectoid. Oh my god. I don't understand when they attack. Are you like angry? That hurts so much. I'm dead. Oh, that was like that. That was a checkmate condition. That was a checkmate situation. There's nothing I can do. The big one also looks like, looks a bit crustacean. Crustacean. Not too sure what that is. Maybe? Crustacean would include crabs and lobster. Oh! 甲壳类啊. Oh, that's what they're called. Yeah, they do look like 甲壳类. I mean, it's full of shells, so I guess that makes sense. It's a Celta's queen. They don't seem to go into caves? Or they do. I'm entirely wrong. Alright, I'm getting oiled up. Cool. See, thing is, I don't know if they stack or not. I just used all of them. Oh, cannon! What? The cannon's a guaranteed stun. Okay. Is that limping? I don't understand if it's limping or not. It's hard to tell. That's the first time I've seen it tumble. Ow. I get a cannon. What are they doing? They're down? Ow! Do they not have enough strength so they keep falling now? Looks like it. Double. What? It's an attack, not because they have not enough strength, huh? I learned my lesson. Oh yeah. Oh, now they're limping. Oh, we got another free Celtas. Alright, thank you. We're friends now, right? We're sharing food. That's how I determine friends, you know. We share food and then we're good. Right? Oh, tail, okay. That tail first is really strong, what can I say? Oh my god, Kitty! Kitty! There's huge reaction. I think it's close to dying now. Another one. Huh? That has to be limping, right? I don't understand. Oh, it's getting really dark. It has to be limping. Right, let me change the camera thing real quick. So this one up. Alright, should be good. Alright, I'm just gonna capture it. Gonna capture the queen. It doesn't look like you're unlimping, but I'm gonna give it a try anyway. It. Oh, we have more stealth pass now. Charge? Nice. Oh, it's not. There goes my capture chance. did. Yeah. I thought that's a tumble. And then they stood up and then they start charging back. It's like, uh-oh. Yeah, that's a theft. Box behavior is hard to understand. Alright, last chance. We cannot capture it anymore. One target body part. Can't even. Alright, 2 mega potions, 2 potions. That's all we get. It's been half an hour, I think, this hunt? 35 minutes. More or less. On the bright side though, we do have a lot of Celtas items. I guess you're just being sluggish, it's not that you're limping. I think it went here. Ammo! Ammo! That's a tumble, right? That's a tumble again, right? Okay, identifying. Tumble looks like that, okay. Oh boy. Was that limping? I think that was limping. Limping is even slower. This is just how the queen works, I guess, normally. Tumble? Okay. Just need to make sure, need to call them out. I don't know if those are tumble or if those are like a fake tumble. I think they can only do fake tumble when oh my god, when there's a Celtas on top of her. That's my guess anyway. Can you fucking not? That's right, you're fucking dead. Yeah, I just have to do it. I like how you get better at reading monsters the more you fight them. This is Monster Hunter. Like, the best thing I love about Monster Hunter is that your equipment gets good, but your knowledge is what carries you towards the game. Like, the more you play this game, the more you understand the monster behavior, and then you're actually getting good, right? I love that aspect. It's not like you're getting overpowered equipment just to kill everything. No, like even the strongest equipment have some weaknesses to it. It still depends on if you can handle the monster's attack pattern and everything. That's Monster Hunter. And I love that the most. Silver Crown? Another Silver Crown? Let's go. Chakra earring? Chakra? Why am I Naruto? Whoa. Oh, that's cool. Celtas? Whoa, Celtas is kinda cool. This is like... what do you call it again? I forgot what they're called. Not much new stuff. I want to play a little bit of Longsword. Let's play this one. I like the poison. I like this one. It's not bad. Lagiacrus? Okay. I'm gonna go up down the lights. Give me a second. It's getting really dark. Pretty early. What? It's not early anymore? How long have I been playing? Oh my god, I've been playing for 6 hours. I don't even know. Oh no. Okay, I'll play a few more. I'm gonna go open up the lights real quick. I'm back. Although to be fair, the whole day has been cloudy and kind of dark. So I guess that's why I don't feel like I've been here for a long time. But it's in 6 hours. Hi Tikaka. Hello. I downloaded back Elder Scrolls Online. I have more space for my PC now. I gotta play it soon. I saw that there's like a Jubilee anniversary thing that I can participate. It's like, ooh. More lab stuff. Basic kit. Expands your supply drop. Include a lot of first aid mat. A lot? Whoa. This say includes first aid mat plus. Whoa. First aid mat is delivered with the utmost speed. Whoa. Bomb supplies. Easy barrel bomb L's. Okay. Yes, eat cake with us. Maybe. But I am excited to get back into the game, to be honest. Easy structure and train pops. Oh, this is so good. Antidotes, sure. Shit supply, okay. What else? Return. Oh, Firecaster. Mining supplies, emergency. A lot of pickaxes and a lot of bug nets. Research great sword and a smithy. Oh, whoa. That's why I need so much burnt husk. I'm so glad I got so much of them. Each of them costs 2? Okay. Just let me know if you need help with anything. I will. I have a master crafter. I can make you new gear. You know, I always have like a thing for robes. Light armor, right? Robes. I love robes in the game. But then I love playing tank. It's like, nah. So it's like, hey. But I think I can use what we call as layered armor in Monster Hunter, I think. You can change your appearance but not the armor that you wear. Like, I can wear heavy armor, but my appearance would be like light armor. To look how you want. Yeah! So it shouldn't be too much of a trouble, right? I just didn't know. I'll look into it when I get back to the game. Feline booster. And there's outfit on top of that. I always love outfits. Oh, that's kind of loud. I think I can listen to this music and just sleep. It's so good. Alright, let's go hunt a few more. Yeah! Lagiacrus? God, I want to fight Lagiacrus. Jungle? Okay. Why are you here? Item set, register set 3, register, go back, current set, take it again. Take items, jungle. Since I'm fighting Lagiacrus, I think Lagiacrus is kinda strong, question mark? I'm a little bit scared. And jungle don't need anything. Max potion, ancient potion. 61 max potion, 61 ancient potion, energy drink, I don't need that, life powder, stack of serum, a lot of them I just bought, and feels like I'm gonna need these. Would be neat to see you around here, but no pressure. I understand. I love being tank in games. I think the last time I played, I unlocked 2 weapon sets. Like I can use sword and shield, and then sometimes I can change to other weapons that I can use. And then I think I was using Grey Sword, question mark? I like big sword, big heavy weapons. Wait, wasn't the boss here? Who am I fighting against again? Oh yeah, Lucky, of course. I won't be surprised if Lagiacrus is here. Yep. Of course. God, look at this. Ooh, what a unit. Don't do it. Fuck. Oh, it's so big. God, I love Lagiacrus. A low charge for that. Ooh. Oh, that's so cool. Why are you so cool? I'm gonna come. Got it. Saw that. Hip check. Ooh, that was fast. God, why is Lagiacrus so hard? Oh, that's so cool. Electric field? Whoa! I love Lagiacrus. I'm gonna... Okay, this one is very reactable once you know the timing. Nope. Whoa. That deals so much damage, but that's so cool. Almost wrecked with that. I saw the charge back. Too early. Woohoo! Oh yeah, I remembered. Before I went to sleep, I was at Tika's stream and then I saw like I saw a kobold in the lake, like a lily. I was half asleep. It's like, oh, that's so adorable. And then I went to sleep. Very cute kobold. Oh, back from lunchies. Ah, welcome back, Merp. Ow. Puddle? Oh, that's Puddle? So adorable. Puddle. Oh. Oh, Poodle. I don't know. Oh, I cannot roll that. It's getting tough to find the timing. That didn't count. Oh, almost. Lagiacrus is tough. I also watched Tika ESO stream yesterday, but I was playing Slatters with friends at the time, so I didn't write in chat. I didn't because I was already like half asleep. He was picking a water lily for his girlfriend. Precious! We also got more casual art. Friends coming over soon, so I'm gonna proof in a moment, but I have the bestest stream. Thank you, Tikaka. I hope you had the bestest time with your friend too. Casual being cozy. We love being cozy. I didn't roll that one. Whoa. Boom. Boom. Did I break something? That tail has to be severable. That tail is looking too hot. It has to be severable. God, Lucky is so cool, I'm gonna cry. The best monster ever. Or best dragon ever. Oh. Oh. Needed this. I was like, something looks weird. It's tired? broke the chest. My head itchy. My head itchy. Oh. It discharges a lot though. I don't know if it's just me, but Lagiacrus seems a lot easier to fight than other dragons out there. Lagiacrus number 1 so far. It's such a big unit. Oh. Ooh. Oh, that's so fast. Almost died. Oh, wow, wait, that counts? I'm surprised. I thought those counts as like torso attacks. Either way, we got tail. It's still in this map. Nope, it's not. Okay. Went back to 10, I think? Yeah. Can I fish a lagi? Wait, different area. Really? Oh, I got you baited. It's tail time. I absolutely adore a huge tail. I think this is like my newfound love towards tail. I don't know why. But it's like about a few months ago, when I see a character with huge tail, I just like adore the character so much. It's so adorable. I love big tail. Jebaited comes from a content creator called Jabali. A fighting game content creator, I believe? Limping? Okay. So Jabali, I don't know the details, but Jabali did something that baits the opponent, and then Jabali takes the round, and then Jabali just goes like, "You just got jebaited." I think that's more or less the story, how jebaited comes in. Like how the word jebaited like is born. EP? Although I might be wrong, but there is a content creator called Jabali that I know. Where's the EP dragon? Do not bother my... You dare bother me? I'll kill you! Alright, this is very important stuff. Alright, don't... Oh. Oh. Yes. Yes. Wait, I'm supposed to capture. Teeth. My, what such big teeth you have. My, what big mouth you have. Oh wait, nice. Come. Oh wait, it actually has like the lizard eye. You know, lizard they don't blink. They have like the little cover. That's so cool. Oh my god. The details are gonna cry. Ah, that's so good. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I need to chill. Oh, shortest. Oh, that silver crown was for largest. Right. Okay. Right. I'm gonna farm Lagiacrus's everything, just so that I can look at Lagiacrus a lot more. Lagiacrusu. Gormuk. Whoa, defense 116. What the fuck? It looks okay. Horn plus height plus horn. You need 2 horns and 2 horn plus. Okay, fair enough. There's a lot of horns on the helmet. Fine. Gormew suit. Oh, thick. I like Chris's hide. Fire Steel Stone? Oh no. Wow, thick. Even thicker. Oh my god, thick. So thick. God damn it, why does the gunner armor always look so cool? Oh, this one is the same. Oh, it's not the same. This one is with belt. This one is without belt. Okay. Fair enough. Like, tomorrow when I play this game, I might be wearing... But I want to play ESO. I want to play Maple Story. Ah! There's so many games I want to play. Fuck. I can't choose. I can't decide. I've been playing Maple Story. My event is at 128 level, I think. Oh, fuck. Too many games I want to play. Research sword. Oh. Hyper Hunter. Research saber. Wow, I cannot believe it. It's a measurer. Great sword. Oh, this one is cool. It's like a compass. Because it is a compass. I don't know what this is. Brass knuckles? Ooh. Ketchawappa. War drum. Sandpipe. Bastario's rock. Oh, rock. War bongo. Roll a dice, make a poll, or play all one after the other. Play all one after the other sounds good. Toxic Komori. Gorgonzo lens. Wait, are those cheese? Is this a gun lens? This is just a lens. But it's cool as fuck. I mean, this is kind of basic. Am I Sora now? Am I using Keyblade? Keyblade! Oh my god, it's just a lamp. Okay, this one is pretty canon-like a telescope. Chicken! Wait, that's the best bow ever? Spread heavy? The fuck is a heavy? Whoa. Never seen heavy before. I think my favorite would be Pierce, if I have to say. Gigant Makra. That will use up all my Fusium ore. Dragon Vine? Fire Cell Stone? Stink. Thanks, Pet. You're one cute kobold. Wow, there's a lot of cute kobolds out there. But hey, thank you. I think I might stop here. Yeah, it's almost 7. I want to get food. I'm getting hungry. Maybe tonight I'll play some ESO. I do want to play Content Warning as well, but I'll see who I can play with. I'm not too sure how to find people. I don't know. I am extremely terrified inviting people to play games with me because I feel like I'm the host and I'm gonna mess up so many things. It's so scary. Let me go sleep. I'm gonna save. Okay. Game saved. I'm gonna go get food. Kobo hungry. And you know why I'm hungry? I've been eating light lately, trying to at least control my diet a little bit. So I'm eating like eat less but more frequent. That kind of feel. At least I don't like shove down food all at the same time. I think that's a good change a little bit. Let me go here. Cut carbs section. Cut carbs and sugar. I've been doing that. You know, as a person with diabetes, I have to like really take care of my intakes of those. Yeah, they are tasty though. Sometimes I will inject a little bit more of a little bit more insulin so that I can enjoy food that I want to enjoy. Only sometimes though. It's kind of dangerous, but you know, sometimes you should know what you're doing, and then you know, yeah, yeah. Wait, I'm still small. Oops, sorry. Beep. Bleep. Thank you. And the boop. Oh, I'm looking at this way. Here, let me change the boop temporarily. Because I'm looking at this screen now, not that one. Boop. Oh. Dink? I will dink. Now gonna flee but have good food and everything? Okay. Thank you, Tikaka. Have fun, have fun. Are there kobolds out there? I'm the only kobold that's streaming. Top channel's me. I'm the only one that's playing and that is a kobold. I am so surprised. Whoa, but I'm the top channels in Monster Hunter Generation Ultimate category. How the fuck? Hey, I'll take it. Wet kobold. Wonder if white kobold has a similar smell to wet dog. Plus a little bit of lavender, maybe. Huh. I'm not too sure who to raid. Willem? I guess I could raid Willem. I mean, I'm always so shy whenever I rate someone with that amount of viewers in there, because it feels like I'm trying to get attention, question mark. I don't know, it just makes me feel a little bit weird doing that. Oh, I think I know what's going on. My brain, like whenever I think about rating to someone that amount, someone that is like way bigger than me, my brain starts to think like, oh, are you trying to get attention? Huh? From a huge streamer? Huh? Are you trying to what do you call it? Steal the audience. Yeah, there we go. My brain does that. So many things. Like whenever I try to do something that is just out of my level or anything, and then my brain just be like, huh? What are you doing? Are you stupid? So that's why. I guess I could try to rate Willem a little bit more. I don't know. I'll try to like look past my brain. Yeah, brain is such a jerk most of the time, especially mine. It's the audience's choice to be stolen. That is true. Like ultimately, it is still up to them. You know, if they want to watch me or not. If they do, God bless. If they don't, it's fine. God bless. Still. Okay, I just say, you know, Dragon bless because I'm Kobold. You know, if they do, Dragon bless. If they don't, Dragon bless them as well because wow, they are amazing human being for even considering that. Oh, William is having a break. Alright, I'm gonna be Kobold, and I'm gonna rate Willem. Gonna face my fear. Gonna face my fear. Alright, give me a second. Let me summon Bernie. Oh yeah, also speaking of Bernie, next week Saturday I'll try to announce something before Saturday because Saturday is gonna be one small special stream where I fundraise for myself because financially tight. I don't like it. I'm sorry, but I'll try to give back as much as I can. So I was thinking about to all the I mean during that day, anyone who donates will get like a small silly sketch from this kobold, like a very very simple sketch. I'll try to experiment how to do that. In the meantime, I'll try. But yeah, next week Saturday I'll try. It's not like a subathon or anything. I'm not gonna be like, it's a subathon. No, it's not. There's no incentive. It's just I will be more out there. You know, my coffee link will be more out
right now, Kobo,
there.
but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
Okay, Narix. Okay, Draken. Narix, you bullied me just now. I couldn't believe it. You bullied this kobold and then you ran away. You know, huh? Yeah, look at you. How could you? I'm just... I thought GU Valstrax is easier. It is. But because I fought against who? Gravios. Yeah, I fought against Gravios, and then immediately have to fight Valstrax afterwards, and I can't even prepare. And I got washed. Yep. I got yipped. I got yipped. No, I got destroyed and then I just stay on the ground and yip. Like, why? Yeah, boop Narix. Don't forget Bernie. I won't. Okay, let's summon Bernie. Hey, Bernie.
I'm once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Yeah, boop Narix. You know what? I'm gonna join. Get booped. Must boop Dragon. Okay, let me type in the rate to Gwillem real quick. I think I mentioned this multiple times already, but man, Gwillem has a very can I say, no, I don't want to use the word, but the voice is very entrancing. Can I use that? I didn't give you guys a free pass for booping the Vow Strikes. Too late. Because I'm a kobold. Kobold get free dragon boop. Oh, dragon get free dragon boop too. Oh, plus booter.
Thank you, Nexus. Okay, I don't think I'm missing anything. Okay. I'm gonna rate and I'm gonna go get some food as well. Kobo is hungry. Spooder is very small, hard to spot before the Boopanen. A kobold is not very small, but for a dragon, very small. Yeah, I should copy this as well. Okay, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobold will hold you all because you are all valuable. You guys might be so happy. Thank you. And here comes the raid to Gwillem. Boom. Is it just me or is OBS being way laggier than usual? Yeah, it looks like Twitch chat is being a lot laggier somehow. I don't understand. I think tomorrow I'll play more of this. I think tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, I'll play more of this as well. I want to look at Dragon. I think I'm very close to looking at Elder Dragon, so. Yep. Hi again, Jade. But yep. Yep. Yeah, boop Jade, boop Jade. Oh, did I copy it down? Oh, I did. Here. Take care, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Smooches. Mwah. Bye. Bye.
Yep.
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 Yep. Yep. Yep.